Good morning. We'll now bring this meeting to order. Secretary, would you please call the roll call?
Absolutely. Directors Penn, Dwyer, Anzini, Mansfield, and Day present. General Manager Vandier present. General Counsel Polson present. Board Clerk Ditmore present. President Anzini, all directors are present. A quorum is established.
Okay. We'll all stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Director Penn, would you start us off?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will move to adopting the agenda.
I'll move the adoption of today's agenda.
Okay. We have a request for removal of a couple of items on the consent calendar, and President's privilege is to pull item number 13 and 10.
Well, we're not doing the consent calendar yet.
Not yet, right. But just for those who understand how our agenda is working, this is a special day. So
President Anzini, we are adopting the agenda as is.
Did you want to announce that we're going to move?
yes, I thought, okay. We're also moving, as I announced just a few minutes ago, that item number 13 and 10 will be moved to the top of the agenda. President's privilege. Now we can vote.
That was second by
There was,
Penn. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now take public comment on the adoption of today's agenda. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Anzini, it does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to speak. Would you like me to call for the vote?
yes.
Okay. We have a motion to adopt today's agenda, moving items 10 and 13 up. Moved by Director Day and seconded by Director Penn. We're ready for the vote. Okay. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll move on to we did the public comment, or?
This would be for items not on the agenda. Can
Okay.
I just take a moment to say, does anyone else feel added pressure today to make this meeting go right? I'm kind of nervous right now.
I'm afraid I'm going to get a grade for this one.
Yeah. Man.
I do. Somebody else does too. It's okay, we're giving you a real good chance to show your stuff.
Thanks, Jen.
So the thumbs are up.
So now would be the time to call for comment on any items not on today's agenda.
Yes, now is the time to comment on any items that's not on the agenda.
All right, we will now take open public comment on items not on today's agenda. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. Okay, President Anzini, it does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to speak regarding matters not on today's agenda. We're ready to move on to communications.
Yes. General Manager.
Good morning. This morning I have awards and recognition. The district received an email from Darlene Votes expressing appreciation for EID staff members Lester Capella, Jeremy Cliss, Kevin Walsh, Alex Corcoran, and Jill Breckenridge following the repair of a water leak at her home. Ms. Votes praised the staff for their professionalism, courtesy, and hard work, noting that they worked diligently to complete the repair and left the area exceptionally clean. Their commitment to excellent customer service and quality workmanship reflects the district's guiding principles and dedication to serving our customers and community. The second item I have is a board assignment update. The board wanted anticipated impact of CIP on rates over time, and staff continues to evaluate the anticipated impacts of our capital improvement program on customer rates as part of our district's ongoing cost of service analysis. The study will provide the board with a comprehensive understanding of how planned capital investments may affect rates over time, and that will be brought forward as we engage in further discussions starting in October. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anything from the clerk to the board? Board of directors? No comments? Okay. I just want to recognize that we have some esteemed people in our audience. One is Jim Abercrombie, who's our retired general manager, most recent. Thank you, Jim. And he took a good bow. And Brian Veerkamp, who was previously a director, now Board of Supervisors for El Dorado County. And there's a few others, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So we'll move on to approve the consent calendar. Items number 13 are pulled from now, and?
Before we approve the consent calendar, I'd like to pull items 2 and 5 for separate consideration. As an employee of Goldbud Farm Enterprises, I receive income from providing farm management services to Matt Veerkamp Vineyards, an agricultural enterprise owned by Matt Veerkamp. And although Matt Veerkamp Vineyards is a separate and distinct entity from Doug Veerkamp General Engineering, Matt Veerkamp is an officer and partial owner. So therefore, I would like to recuse myself from deliberations and votes on items 2 and 5.
Okay.
I'll move the consent calendar absent items 2 and 5.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. We will now open public comment on the approval of the consent calendar, minus items 2 and 5, and moving items 10 and 13 up. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Anzini, does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to speak on the approval of the consent calendar. Would you like me to call for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended, minus items 2 and 5, moved by Director Day and seconded by Director Dwyer. We are ready for the vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Now we'll move on to item number 13.
Well, we first have to, yes, this number 2 and 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We need to finish.
Move consent items 2 and 5.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. We're very excited, aren't we?
Keep us together here. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now open public comment on items 2 and 5. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Anzini, it does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to speak on the approval of consent items 2 and 5. Would you like me to call for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to ratify the warrant registers and employee expense reimbursements for the periods ending June 2nd and June 9th, 2026, and the automated clearinghouse payments for the periods ending May 27th and June 3rd, and a motion to ratify resolution number 2025-039 to maintain the emergency declaration and authorize a capital improvement budget transfer in the amount of $20,000 for the Reservoir 1 Floating Cover Emergency Replacement Project, project number 25040.01, moved by Director Penn and seconded by Director Day. Director Mansfield will be recusing himself from this item. We're ready for the vote.
Okay. Board members vote.
Motion passes.
All right, now we will move up to item number 13. And before we get started, Clerk of the Board, would you like to read the title of this?
Absolutely. Number 13, right?
Yes.
It's my pleasure to do so. Consider adopting a resolution recognizing, the distinguished public service of Jennifer Sullivan, the district's previous clerk to the board, Public Information Officer after her retirement with nearly 21 years of service.
So I'd like to report in to the minutes that we received a special letter, and I will take a moment to read it. It's dated June 18th, and it says, "Dear Board and community members, to give you a sense of scope, my mom started her career at the district in May 2005 when I was in 5th grade. Today, I am writing this letter celebrating her retirement a few months shy of turning 32. I grew up down the street on Maureen Drive, swam in Sly Park Lake during the summers, did my homework at her desk after everyone else had gone home, rode along with her on the days when board packets were printed and hand-delivered. Not done anymore. Like her, I will always feel tied to this place and its mission. In her service at the district, she has shown a steadfast commitment to public service, tenacity and poise, and a willingness to take on new challenges. As a professional and as a mother, she imparted an abiding sense of responsibility to our community and great pride in hard work. By her example, I found my own way to public service. And the work I am able to do out there is only possible when the work that she has done here. I say this not only to honor her 20-year tenure, but to recognize the impact of one person's deep care and dedication, and how it will be carried forward through the people and the programs she supported in her time here, just as it's been carried forward through my brother and me. I hope you join me in giving her a tremendous thank you for her service. Congratulations, Mama. I'm so proud of you, who you are, and what you've achieved. Signed, Rebecca Lizagra. And we're not done yet, because Alan Day would like to make a presentation on behalf of the board.
I'll have you come up at the end here, so you don't have to stand there listening. I'm leaking. I think it must be the allergies, probably. So, I don't know what the resolution number is, but I'll get into it. In recognition of exemplary service by Jennifer Sullivan, whereas Jennifer Sullivan concludes a distinguished public service career spanning nearly 21 years with the El Dorado Irrigation District. I'm glad that's there. Sorry. Having faithfully served the district and its customers since May 31st, 2005. Whereas, throughout her tenure with the district, Jennifer served in multiple capacities with the Office of General Manager, including Executive Administrative Assistant to the General Manager, Clerk to the Board, Acting Public Information Officer, and Public Information Officer, Clerk to the Board. A lot of titles. And whereas Jennifer's nearly 16 years as Executive Administrative Assistant to the General Manager, Clerk to the Board, reflected her exceptional professionalism, institutional knowledge, reliability, and steadfast dedication to public service. And whereas Jennifer consistently went above and beyond in the performance of her duties, providing invaluable support to the General Manager and the executive team, while serving as a trusted resource to board members, district staff, and the public. And whereas Jennifer's steady presence, thoughtful collaboration, heartfelt advocacy for the causes she believed in left a lasting impression on all who had the privilege of working alongside her. And whereas Jennifer demonstrated unwavering commitment and integrity throughout her service with the district, giving generously of herself and helping to foster a culture of professionalism and dedication. And whereas Jennifer was always a staunch guardian of the Brown Act and kept board members from venturing too close to any possible appearance of violation. And whereas Jennifer proved to be a consummate professional in all her clerk to the board activities, always on top of things, always above the fray, always a true joy to be around. And whereas Jennifer was the glue that helped the board work together firmly but gently keeping board meetings on track and board members in line. Whereas Jennifer most recently filled the Public Information Officer role at EID while maintaining her duties as Executive Assistant, helping EID move into a new positive social media direction. And whereas Jennifer was the engine that kept the meetings running, clarifying procedural questions, gently prodding board members when action was needed, calming the occasional challenging attendee, and ensuring every move was made according to Hoyle. Whenever there was a question regarding historical context or where to find resources, Jennifer was always the first stop. And whereas Jennifer has played a pivotal role in fostering a culture of mutual respect, collaboration, and thoughtful governance among board members. And whereas Jennifer has had to gently encourage board members from time to time to follow EID's professional dress code, and in particular made it clear, no blue jeans allowed. And whereas Jennifer frequently acted as a liaison between board members and department heads, helping gather and share information and helping calm and smooth over any misunderstandings. And whereas Jennifer has, with the help of her loving family, clearly won the who will be a grandparent first friendly competition with a particular board member. Whereas Jennifer's attention to detail and quality control were unrivaled, and her work product consistently demonstrated her willingness to work long hours and ensure high standards. And whereas Jennifer's contributions extend beyond the technical responsibilities of her position, as she continually supported the mission of the district through collaboration and her genuine care for the organization and the community it serves. Whereas, after nearly 21 years of dedicated service, Jennifer Sullivan retired from the El Dorado Irrigation District on April 10th, 2026, leaving behind a legacy of excellence, loyalty, and public service that will be remembered and appreciated for years to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the El Dorado Irrigation District as follows. The board gratefully recognizes and commends Jennifer Sullivan for her nearly 21 years of exceptional service to the El Dorado Irrigation District and the residents of El Dorado County. The board expresses its sincere appreciation for Jennifer's professionalism, dedication, compassion, and countless contributions to the success of the district throughout her distinguished career. And last, the board extends its sincere gratitude and best wishes for peace, fulfillment, and meaningful time with family and friends throughout your retirement. Thank you, Jennifer.
Sure. Of course, I did write a little something. I just wanted to say thank you for this recognition. Thank you for this recognition. I'm honored to receive this resolution and grateful to have spent 22 years with EID. It has been a privilege to serve EID and our community and to work alongside so many dedicated employees and board members, past and present. I would like to thank not only the current board of directors, but also the directors I have the pleasure with serving during my career. The people I've worked with were a big part of what made my years here memorable and rewarding. I am thankful for the experiences, friendships, and support I've received from so many people along the way. I feel truly blessed by the friendships that will continue long beyond my time here at the district. Most importantly, I want to thank my family. I want to thank my family for their love, support, and encouragement throughout my career.
During my time here, my husband and I watched our children grow and reach many important milestones. My husband, my children, and their spouses, and my sister have been through every stage of this journey. And I'm grateful for their patience, understanding, and support. I could have not done it without them. Thank you again. I will always look back on my time at EID with appreciation and pride.
All right, now, thank you, Jennifer. We're going to go ahead and get some business done now. It'll give us a minute if you want to leave. You don't have to stay here, so I'm going to give you a minute or so if you're going to leave. Otherwise, we will get started. So give you a pause. Public comment?
Yes,
Thank you for the reminder.
Mm-hmm.
Is there public comment in the audience?
I will.
Oh.
This is Jennifer. Well, she screwed up once again. She thanked the board of directors and all the staff directors, forgot about the general manager. That's okay. Just quickly, Jennifer was very important in my tenure here, both professionally and personally. She kept me out of trouble most of the time, and kept me on track most of the time. But personally, she helped me go through some very difficult health issues, and it was just so rewarding to have her there and support me. So with Jennifer, retirement, even though I've only been retired 4 months, I hope you have a great retirement going forward. So thank you for your time and your service. Thank you.
Well, Alan, you nailed it pretty good. I like my Levi's, as you know. There's no telling this lady no. You know that, Sean? Everything else Rebecca said and the proclamation resolution summed it up very well. But I think bigger than that is what's inside, and for their love for this community, obviously EID, board supervisor, water agency, on and on and on. She was involved and engaged. And that's why our community, our county is such a great place to be and live. And a lot of that's, again, contributed to Jennifer Sullivan, her abilities and her heart. So Jennifer, thank you for that. Love you forever, and we'll be in touch. Thank you guys very much.
Anybody else from the audience would like to speak? Aha.
Good morning, my name is Ian Corcoran, Operations Director for the district. Very short. There we go. Okay. I think I have the distinct benefit of one of only 2 people in this room that enjoyed every single one of almost 2.5 decades of support and love from Jennifer. So I just, you all got to appreciate all of your tenures here. Jose and I actually got to appreciate all of Jennifer's tenure and support and love. And I think one of the things that stands Jennifer apart from anyone else in this room is that her dedication to the district goes far beyond her classification, far beyond her role, far beyond me. You, my kids, before they were born, and supported my entire family for 22 of every single one of those 22 years. So thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Sean, for donating so much of your personal family time to the district. We're going to miss a lot of you guys.
Jose Perez, Human Resources Director, and my stand said I agree with everything. Jennifer was the constant. She was the sounding board. She worked for the Office of the General Manager. The Office of the General Manager and Human Resources collaborate very closely. And Jennifer was passionate about everything that she felt was important and that passion was contagious. So, Jennifer, we do miss you. It's not the same without you. So anyway, congratulations to the family. We have a very lovely family. Thank you, Mrs. Jennifer.
Okay, I think I have a couple board members.
I would like to move option one, we almost forgot.
Thank you.
To approve this resolution.
It would be my honor to second that motion.
Excellent.
Now board comment, I guess.
Now board comment.
It's your fault. So for many years, I was a fly on the wall here, and at a certain point, Jennifer, among others, encouraged me to run, and in a moment of weakness, I ran. Unfortunately, I won. And, you know, in some respects, Jennifer was the den mother and took care of all of us, made sure we stayed on the straight and narrow, as has been mentioned, but had the totality of the organization, the community, and the individuals. We have many employees who retire, put in many years here, but as board members, the clerk of the board is the person who we spend the most time with, and it has been a pleasure, and we are just most appreciative, and now hopefully I'll see you as a neighbor. So thank you so very much.
Yes.
Now, they say Chevrolet was the heartbeat of America. I think Jennifer was the heartbeat of EID. She's kind of like that country song. She knew all of the engineers and all of their kids and all of their names. And so she was really the information central for what's going on in the district. And I really appreciate your mentoring of me and your friendship. So thank you very much.
Did you want to say something?
Jennifer, I would like to thank you not only for ensuring that I didn't break the dress code on my first day, but also for being able to find that balance with mentorship and getting me up to speed as a new director, a fairly young director, and finding that subtlety without telling me how to do my job, but showing me how to be successful in conducting myself and researching items, getting ahead of things. I just want to thank you so much for the invaluable lessons you taught me earlier on. It was a short year or so we had together. I wish it could have been longer, but I got a lot out of that first year, so thank you very much. Enjoy your retirement.
Well, I just want to, of course, thank Jennifer again, but I also want to thank Maria, because when we decided to do the resolution for you, we realized we didn't know how to do that, because you always did it. But we figured it out. Thank you, Maria. I appreciate that. And thank you, Jennifer.
President Anzini, I'm so sorry. I don't want to be the last word. I want to make sure that's for you.
Okay, we'll let our attorney do it.
You know, the more time you give me, the worse this is going to go for me. So I'm going to try and get through this quickly. Jennifer Sullivan is a force of nature. Anyone who's ever been around her knows what I mean when I say that. No one here, no one who was around her didn't benefit from that. Every single one of us, and the success that we have here is in some way attributable to her influence. So thank you, Jen. You've had an impact on me. Thank you.
I can only say, as my point of view with Jennifer is coming on board 8 years ago, she was very good to help guide me in the right ways. My leadership in the past has been in other boards and whatever, but Jennifer was very clear about the appropriate way to do things, so hence that resolution, because you kept us all on guide. And I think Jim Abercrombie said it today. I mean, he wouldn't have been as effective if he had not had you there. And you have delivered that to all board members here, including the past board members. The respect was always there for you, Jennifer. You will be missed, and I'm sure that your mentored guidance and your background will be delivered to Maria and with our new general manager. Very, very important way of handing off. And congratulations. I hope you love being a retired person, but do not be a stranger. All right? Best of you.
It's kind of nervous. Is it going to pass?
Okay. I would say board members.
Okay. We have a motion to adopt a resolution recognizing the distinguished public service of Jennifer Sullivan, the district's previous clerk to the board, public information officer, after her retirement with 21 years of service. Moved by Director Day and seconded by Director Mansfield. We're ready for the vote.
Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. It's been passed. So this is an opportunity for those who don't want to stick around, I'll give you an opportunity to go on out in the back and discuss more, have wine or whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're getting ready for the rest of our business.
So item number 10 is the other one that was moved up?
Yes, item number 10.
Lucky Brian gets to go first after that, huh?
I'm ready.
All right. They're pulling it up right now.
Good morning, members of the board. Brian Beeson, Environmental Manager for the district. And I'm here today to present information regarding the U.S. Forest Service's use of glyphosate herbicide. Next slide, please.
You have the clicker right here.
Oh, you got
The other way.
Okay.
Why is it not?
It's decided to be misbehaving.
Oh, there we go.
Should we go get Jennifer?
There you go.
I think she's still out there. Great. So previous board direction, you may recall at the May board meeting, the board directed staff to present information on the U.S. Forest Service's use of glyphosate herbicides. Oh. I've mastered the clicker. Quick summary of this topic. In May of this year, a member of the public submitted a letter and then provided subsequent public comment at the May 11th board meeting. The topic of those comments were expressing concerns related to potential risk to EID's source water supply and infrastructure regarding U.S. Forest Service's use of glyphosate herbicide, specifically in the Caldor fire burn area. As you'll see, as I present in upcoming slides, we have reviewed the available information, and our staff's conclusion is that U.S. Forest Service glyphosate herbicide applications do not pose a risk to district water supplies. And I'm sure we all remember the Caldor fire, 2021, burned over 220,000 acres in El Dorado County, Amador, Alpine County. The fire affected, of course, private lands and lands managed by the El Dorado National Forest and lands managed by the Lake Tahoe Basin branch of the National Forest System. This image here just shows the burn perimeter. I think that's all burned into our memory, that particular polygon.
So in response to the damage caused by the Caldor fire, the U.S. Forest Service has been developing plans to conduct various restoration projects across the watershed. These are landscape scale projects. They're phased to occur over many years. The primary goals of those projects are to reduce hazardous fuels, restore forest and watershed health, and also reestablish safe access throughout the forest where recreation opportunities are popular. One of the tools that the Forest Service proposes using as a part of their reforestation activities includes the use of glyphosate. The primary use is going to be employed to aid in reforestation activities. So site preparation for where they want to plant trees, and then once tree planting has occurred, targeted applications to control brush so that the brush doesn't outcompete the seedlings that they plant.
Would it also be used like on invasive grasses and things like that to control them, or?
They do targeted use for control of noxious weeds. In response to the board's request, we reviewed available information. The U.S. Forest Service did conduct environmental review for both these projects. They're independent projects, a restoration project on the El Dorado National Forest and a restoration project on the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. These images here on the right are just snapshots of the covers of those documents. They are environmental assessments that are prepared to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. Noteworthy that the district does review other agencies' environmental documents when they're published and distributed. We did review the environmental assessment that was prepared in 2024 for activities on the El Dorado National Forest side. We did submit a comment letter supporting the Forest Service's proposed restoration activities to restore our watershed. Secondly, both of these documents contained a targeted study. Similar to with other environmental documents, the board may be familiar that there's a biological resource study to help support the environmental analysis, or a cultural resource study. These particular documents also included a human health risk assessment. This is a project level analysis with the specific goal of analyzing the effect of the use of herbicides. Those documents concluded that the use of glyphosate would not pose risks to human health or surface water associated with these restoration activities. A few other elements, as it's described in the Forest Service's documents about the use of herbicides. They described it as it would be targeted use. Trained applicators will use backpack sprayers or a vehicle-mounted sprayer, like on an all-terrain vehicle, for instance. All herbicide use will comply with Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, requirements. So this includes all of the various safety and environmental protection measures that are required in order to apply those chemicals safely. And importantly, the documents describe that no herbicide applications would occur in or adjacent to waterways. And effectively what they do is they establish buffers, those buffers, avoidance buffers where they don't spray herbicides around water features, and the distance of those buffers varies depending on the characteristics of the water feature, whether it's perennial, flowing year-round, or ephemeral or seasonal type of water feature.
Would the buffers be? What would they range?
They range from 50 to 100 feet on either side. Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to move on and talk a little bit about things that the district does on our side for protecting our water supply. The image you see here, this is the cover page for the American River Watershed Sanitary Survey. This document is required every 5 years to be prepared. The State Water Resources Control Board requires this document. And the primary purpose of this is to identify and evaluate potential risks of contaminants within our watershed specifically. This particular document looks at a variety of herbicides and importantly includes specifically glyphosate as well. The district also does water quality monitoring at all of our water treatment plants. We test the source water entering the plants for pesticides and herbicides, and specifically for glyphosate. These screenshots you see on the right of the slide, these are currently published on our website. These are prepared every 3 years. We have individual reports, one each for our satellite systems out at Outingdale and Strawberry, and then also one report for our main water system. And sampling results that have been conducted to date show no detection of glyphosate. So in conclusion, of course, protecting the district's water supply and water quality is our highest priority. The U.S. Forest Service's projects, as the large landowner in the region, they're targeting to help restore forest and watershed health. The available information that staff has reviewed indicates that the U.S. Forest Service is going to follow strict EPA requirements in the application of these herbicides to minimize risk to human health or surface waters. That, coupled with past water quality monitoring, shows no evidence of glyphosate in our source water, which is how we came to the conclusion that the U.S. Forest Service's proposed applications do not pose a risk to district water supplies.
Brian, the monitoring is not a one and done, is it? I mean, we will continue to monitor the water quality for all contaminants, including the herbicide.
Absolutely, yeah. So the water quality monitoring is conducted every 3 years, and we do a reevaluation of the watershed sanitary survey every 5 years.
Brian, I had one of the concerns expressed was the Forest Service posting or lack thereof, not necessarily providing adequate notice or not providing the public with information about when it would be safe to go back into the forest, so to speak. Did we learn anything about that?
No, I don't have a direct answer for that today. We did invite the U.S. Forest Service to participate in this meeting to hopefully be able to answer some of those more specific questions. I did receive a call today from a representative from the El Dorado National here. However, for their participation in certain public meetings requires an approval at an upper level, and that approval had not come in, at least as of 9 o'clock this morning.
Okay. Do you know offhand, what it's recommended? Once the herbicide is applied, how long it is before it's safe to return, so to speak? Have you seen anything?
Yeah, no, I'm hesitant to answer that because I think there's a lot of information out there. It's very label specific. So I feel like if I tried to make a general statement, it would be wrong in some context or another.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Hi, Brian. So what are our detection limits on Roundup, as we call it by its scientific name, but it's known to most people as Roundup.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to say glyphosate, so.
Yeah. You want to say phosphate.
Responded to that, Bill? Can ask Bill to help with that.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning, Board. Bill Pedersen, Drinking Water Operations Manager. So the primary maximum contaminant level for specifically glyphosate is 700 parts per billion, or 0.7 milligrams per liter.
And our testing methods are able to
We use
capture that?
certified state labs to measure for glyphosate, and we're getting non-detect from that.
Often again, do we test for that?
Every 3 years. The last monitoring was 2025, and then again in 2028.
How long does it stay detectable in a body of water? Seems like it would get flushed out every 3 years is not very often.
No, and that schedule is largely based off previous samples that you've had, and because all of our samples are non-detect, that's why we're on this 3-year cycle.
If I might add, the state and federal regulations typically study through water agencies, through water body sources, to determine what the frequency of testing should be. The testing that occurs on that either every 3 years, 5-year sort of nexus is typically because they're not as prevalent. Now, they're not absent, they can be there, but they're not as prevalent as some other contaminants, like things like metals, those categories you test for more frequently. So that's how the regulations are established, and the agency's detections or lack of detections also dictate frequency. So that information together dictates what frequency EID has. A key component, and I speak to this because I have experience with it on the same group of agencies that participate in the American River Watershed Sanitary Survey. They employ a subcontractor that are pesticide experts. They understand pesticide regulation. They provide input to EPA regulations as they're developed. And when they study the entire watershed and determine what the chances of a specific pesticide contaminant could be, it is a way more detailed level that EID can go into, but that uses expertise, and we use it with other agencies working in consort to give the State Water Resources Control Board information on things that will impact our watershed. And so those are the things we rely on, the testing, obviously non-detect, but also glyphosate has not been identified as a potential contaminant that we should be continuously monitoring for. So those are the pieces that EID looks at when we consider what is the impact to the water that we're providing our customers. And I know for me, that's really important because that's why I understand the level to which we go to understand the data and the information.
Would it, knowing that it was applied in our watershed this year, would it be prudent to test this winter when the rains are here? I'm just wondering.
Yes, so any type of monitoring plan that we would want to develop, obviously there's budgetary constraints that go into that. There's labor for staff, and then also there's the analytical requirements through the lab, making sure that's a state certified lab. So we would need to evaluate what that looked like from a budgetary perspective and come together with a plan on that.
If I might, so I think part of the challenges we have is that if the Forest Service is following what the EPA regulations dictate in applying, when the EPA studies these things, they also look at it from a water body perspective and how potentially it could impact people using it. Now, this is not my area of expertise, but that's the challenge we have when we look to further evaluate. Now, we have discussed the possibility of taking additional samples, but it's extremely limited in that we need to understand exactly how it's applied. We need to understand how long it lives, where it potentially could be at its maximum concentration. it makes for a very complicated study that, yes, ideally you would be able to engage in, but when we look at the complexity, it potentially could be a really expensive study that we alone might not be able to undertake.
And if I might, so as I understand, US EPA does not consider glyphosate to be a human carcinogen, which apparently is in conflict with the WHO, IARC, and California's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. And we're kind of caught in the middle of this, but it makes me very uncomfortable that we have recognized credible bodies of scientific organizations who consider this to be a greater hazard than US EPA and as its source, the US Forest Service. So one of the things that we may want to consider is requesting the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment to help us to address this question, because it's beyond the scope of AID in itself, but this makes me very uncomfortable, and I do believe that it may be prudent of us to develop a sampling plan for if the Forest Service does go ahead and use this. Now, another question I have is, has the Forest Service applied glyphosate previously? Do we have any idea?
Yes. So I did discuss that with the U.S. Forest Service. The use of glyphosate is a routine activity that occurs throughout the forest.
Right. And unfortunately, the data that the federal government is using these days appears to be in conflict with both state government and international bodies. So I think this deserves a bit of follow-up and more more research so we can develop a plan, and also to possibly engage other organizations that can help us to have a greater expertise than we have.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other board comments? So I will just make one comment, and one is this was brought to our attention by a ratepayer. Her name is Jenny. She's in the audience. And I believe our staff has done a wonderful job in assimilating this information, and it has a lot to do the importance of how safe is our water getting into our taps. Even my faucet is 10 miles away, but I'm always concerned about certain things, and I'm trusting that our system works because I'm still alive here. And, but the concerns are what is in our water, and it should be even more concerning considering the fractiousness of our U.S. government and their EPA being disbanded, and all of these issues that a lot of us are concerned with. There is no standard right now to meet. So as Director Penn recommended, and I really do think, we need to put a bookmark on this at some point and make sure that this is still a safe practice. From someone who lived up in Humboldt County and had property near areas where not glyphosate is, but other things are used for medicinal purposes that go into my water system, I understand this very clearly, that, poisons can get into our soil, right into our water table, if you have one or a well. And so it's very, very cautionary to make sure that individuals who have only well water resource in our areas, I imagine this would be a good opportunity for the El Dorado Water Agency to get involved with that, because they monitor the wells throughout El Dorado County. But it's still a process of safety, and we are the ones that are trusted. And I appreciate your time and effort on doing this. And I'm just going to say, bookmark it. Let's be concerned. And certainly, I think we've done enough right now to respond to Jenny. But I'm going to open this up for her to be able to to speak also. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing it to the front. I appreciate that too. So I just want to.
Identify yourself.
Sorry, Jenny Lundeen.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for bringing this. Thank you for doing your research. And I want to say the EPA strict procedures don't include coasting. They don't include acknowledging what compound was sprayed, when it was sprayed, where it was sprayed, how much, any of that, apparently. And my first question is, has the Forest Service been responsive and cooperative?
It sounds like somebody called him this morning, they couldn't come here.
Because that's been my biggest frustration.
Right. There.
Yes, the Forest Service has been responsive. Our local El Dorado National Forest Service representative is very available. He suggested I pass along anybody who's interested, pass along his contact information. I'm happy to do that.
I've also gone to any of the districts that supervise our department, and I have had zero response. I have filed a Freedom of Information Act for all of the documents related to all of their applications.
For the U.S. Forest?
For the Forest Service.
Okay.
And have received no response. No phone calls, no emails, no nothing.
Yeah, we can't do anything about that.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just, my feedback to, like, seeing them oversee their project.
Right.
And knowing that they are applying things the way that they are stating in their environmental assessment that they provided. So they have not been cooperative with the general public in general, and I just want to state that. So part of the frustration that we are feeling is because we're not getting response from the U.S. Forest Service. So you're the next door to knock on. So I appreciate you listening, but I also wanted to ask if they have provided you with the EPA numbers, the application dates, the amounts, and the locations of these herbicide applications that have already occurred.
So can I ask a question? Maybe this is a redirect. Perhaps the two of you could get together on these questions unless there's something else outside of that nature.
I mean, I have a whole list of additional herbicides that I have uncovered that are being applied in our national forests currently.
Okay, so.
That's one of my points. I mean, yes.
Ms. Lundeen?
Already being provided with that information, I feel a lot more comfortable. But I don't know that it was
available publicly. So, and I can just continue down my list of questions for the record so that maybe next time this comes up, they could be answered. I appreciate that you're already testing for glyphosate, but there is a whole list of other herbicides within that environmental assessment that I'm not
sure if they're on your list or not. So I'd like to see if those are currently being tested for, at what frequency, and I'd like to express my concern on the three-year frequency. With this project taking place without knowing how much is being applied, I would highly encourage somehow, maybe not internally, but a more frequent testing.
Maybe you can share that information with Brian, and then Brian, you can use your contact to request, and maybe we'll get a faster response.
Yeah.
And we have this online too. Don't we have these reports? They're on our
they
website.
Are, but
okay.
Just the frequency of 3 years is very concerning, knowing that this application is occurring within our forest.
Sure.
And the riparian zones that you mentioned are not on the map. It is everything I can see. It is being left up to the applicator's discretion, which is highly concerning to me. That these are our watersheds, and I don't know if. I mean, I would love it if you guys could clearly identify on the map where your riparian zones start and end, so that there is no question. Because I think that's one of my main concerns, is if it's somebody who is just a contractor for the Forest Service out there applying, how do they know where to stop? Also, the safety studies that were relied upon for that environmental assessment have been retracted. As of 2025, they've been pulled because of those written by Monsanto. So that's another huge concern to me, is that all of the safety studies saying that it is safe for us to be around is not there. So I do appreciate having that zero, the glyphosate, but like I said, there's other concerning compounds, and I just want to say all of this for the record so we can have it for next time. And I appreciate the bookmarks, because I think that it is really important to keep coming back to this, and I appreciate your concern, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Director Nzini, if I might add something. So listening to Director Penn's comment on potentially going through the state to OEHA, something the district can do is we can share the request through our regulator, which is in the State Water Resources Control Board Division of Drinking Water, and perhaps recommend that they route it through OEHA for further analysis. I think that is the only thing I can think of that is in our power to try to help. I can't guarantee that it will go anywhere, but at least we're bringing it to our regulators' attention as here is a complaint that's larger than what we can look into, and encourage them to try to pursue it.
Thank you very much. I think that is part of the bookmark. So, thank you very much.
And I will most likely be seeing a toxicologist from OEHA on Thursday on another project
we
that
have
I will.
experts here.
I will try to run this past her, and I believe she did work on this chemical in some of her toxicological research. So.
Okay, that information item is complete.
President Zini, we should open up to public comment for everyone.
You. Public comment.
We'll now open public comment on this item. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. If virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Zini, it does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to further speak on on this item. We're ready to move on to the next.
Thank you.
Actually, we'll have to go back to the public hearing.
We're going to go to the public hearing, or are we going to move up an item? I got a notification here.
Oh, we're moving that up as well?
For the audit? Okay, so it's been requested that item number 14, receive and file the 2025 annual audit, be moved up above the next public hearing.
All right. Thank you.
And we have a PowerPoint, etc. We're going to have to get together about agenda items next time.
Please vote.
Thank you.
Right.
Good morning, President and members of the board. My name is Madison Franklin, and I am the finance manager. And today I will be presenting the district's 2025 annual audit review. And I will be joined later on in the presentation by our auditor at Badawi and Associates, who will present the auditor's review of the district's financials. On the screen, you will see a few of the pictures used in this year's annual comprehensive financial report. On the far left of this slide is a photo of Caples Lake. In the center is this year's cover photo depicting Silver Lake. And then on the far right, we have a photo of the powerhouse, which is situated along the American River. Previous board action. Every year, the board receives and files the annual audit and the report on applying agreed upon procedures related to the appropriations limit. The last time these were received and filed was on August 25th, 2025. Summary of issue. The district is required to complete an annual audit in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and generally accepted government auditing standards, which meets the state controller's minimum audit requirements. Badawi and Associates performed the 2025 financial audit for the district. Additional scope included reviewing the agreed upon procedures for the 2025 appropriations limit and performing a single audit on the district's federal award program, which will be reported to the board by the end of September 2026. Our independent auditors, Badawi and Associates, issued an unmodified or clean opinion. This means the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the district as of December 31st, 2025, and the respective changes in the district's financial position and cash flows for the fiscal year. An unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance that an auditor can provide. For our 2025 financial highlights, net position totaled $540.5 million, which is the total assets and deferred outflows of resources, less total liabilities and deferred inflows of resources. This figure increased $38.4 million from 2024, mainly due to increases in capital assets.
Capital assets less accumulated depreciation totaled $915.8 million. That's an increase of $41.8 million from prior year. In 2025, the district collected $17.8 million in CCs, a $3 million increase from 2024. Of the total, $13.3 million came from water FCCs and $4.5 million came from wastewater FCCs. Operating revenues increased by $9.6 million or 11.5%, bringing the total to $93.2 million. Water sales and service revenue increased by $8.2 million or 17.3%. The primary driver to this increase was the 12% board approved rate increases and an increase in potable water sales from recycled water. Operating expenses, excluding depreciation, increased by $2.3 million or about 3.1% to $76.4 million. The majority of categories remained relatively consistent between 2024 and 2025, with the largest increases in the personnel expense and operating supplies categories. This slide provides a visual comparison of the district's revenues for 2025 compared to 2024. 2025 revenues are represented by the blue bars, and 2024 revenues are represented with the green bars. The chart separates operating revenues on the left side of the black vertical line and non-operating revenue on the right. On the operating revenue side, we see the largest year-over-year increases in water sales and services and wastewater sales and services, primarily due to the board-approved rate increases of 12% for water and 3% for wastewater. On the non-operating revenue side, the numbers tend to be more volatile as these revenues depend on factors outside the district's core business activities. These include property tax revenue received from the County of El Dorado, debt surcharges, interest earned, and unrealized gains and losses on investments, which are combined here as investment income. Intergovernmental income is a new category this year, which represents funds received from other government agencies, including grants and FEMA reimbursements. In prior years, this category was included in other income. Similarly set up to the chart on the last slide, this chart compares district expenses for 2025 to 2024 by category. Operating expenses are shown on the left of black line and non-operating expenses on the right. Most expense categories remained relatively consistent year over year. On the operating side, the largest increases were in personnel expenses and operating supplies. On the non-operating side, there was a large increase in interest expense due to debt service payments for the 2024A bond beginning in March 2025. This table presents the district's debt portfolio as of December 31st for 2025 and 2024. The district closed fiscal year 2025 with $444.4 million in total outstanding debt. This represents a decrease of $15.6 million from prior year. The Series 2022A bond is the district's pension obligation bond, which is subordinate debt. The original issue amount for this debt was $71.5 million. The current balance is $61.2 million. This debt will be paid off in 2043. Debt service coverage ratios are used to measure available cash flow to pay current debt obligations. These ratios are closely reviewed by credit agencies when evaluating the district's financial strength in conjunction with our days cash on hand. In addition, the district is required to comply with its bond covenants, which sets a minimum ratio of 1.25 that includes FCC revenue. Staying above this threshold is essential to maintaining compliance and supporting our strong credit rating. I'm now going to walk through the calculation for the total district, which is shown on the far right column of the chart. For 2025, the total district's revenues were $148.8 million. After subtracting total expenses of $71.8, this produced net revenue of $77 million. That net revenue is then divided by the senior debt service requirements of $22.7 million, resulting in a debt service coverage ratio of 3.4. The chart further breaks down the calculation by our two enterprise funds, water and wastewater. At December 31st, 2025, the water fund had a ratio of 3.24 and the wastewater fund had a ratio of 4.2. This breakdown shows that both funds individually have enough cash flow to cover their debt obligations. The days cash on hand ratio measures the ability to meet expenses, respond to emergencies, and manage variances from forecasted revenue or expenses. The ratio is calculated by adding unrestricted cash balances to restricted investment balances, multiplying by 365, and then dividing by operating expenses. For 2025, the district's cash on hand is 156 days, which was an increase of 6 days from 2024. During the 2026 bond refunding, S&P reaffirmed our senior debt rating of AA- and rated the 2022A pension bond, which is subordinate debt, as an A+. These ratings are described as high grade and are important to maintain because they reflect the district's financial health and help secure favorable borrowing terms. To continue retaining a high grade rating, the district will need to increase its day cash on hand. The future rate increases are designed to support this goal. The appropriations limit procedures are performed to verify that the district's calculation complies with state requirements. Badawi and Associates performed agreed upon procedures related to the calculation of the 2025 appropriations limit and did not identify any findings. This is the end of the district's annual audit report, and I would now like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Desai, who will be presenting Badawi and Associates' external audit of the district's financial statements.
Thank you, Madison. Right. Madam President, members of the board. So my name is Mitesh Desai. I'm a principal with Badawi and Associates. I also have Brett Salani here with me, who is in charge of the audit. I was not the partner on the audit. Ahmed Badawi was the partner. However, unfortunately, he is out of the country today, so I'm just presenting on his behalf. If there are any questions I'm able to answer, I'll be happy to respond to that. Also, Brett is here if he can answer or assist with that. Otherwise, I'd have to refer to Ahmed when he comes back, which should be tomorrow, and he'll be happy to respond to the questions. Otherwise, management is also here. Moving on, so we've completed our audit of the district's financial statements, and so presentation. Just the agenda of my presentation here is we'll go over our firm, the engagement team, deliverables, the scope of the audit, our audit methodology, areas of primary audit risk, our auditor's report that we've issued, a few slides on the financial statements, not as detailed as Madison's, but just to give you some overview of the numbers. I'll go over the required communications we need to make to the board. And lastly, I'll just cover the new accounting pronouncements to be implemented in the coming years. Just going over the firm here, we are essentially a government. We only audit governments at the moment, maybe one exception. We have 65 governmental audit clients, with that 21 special districts, around 30 employees, and touch wood, no lawsuits or legal or disciplinary actions. As far as the engagement team, so Ahmed Badawi was the engagement partner. He was overall responsible for the audit. Brett Salani, he was the audit senior. We also have access to an IT specialist who's also a CPA. His name is Omar Rahman. And then we had two audit staff, Chang Yang and Joyce Zhao, as our audit staff. I was a quality control reviewer, so I'm outside of the primary engagement team. I review the financial statements at the end, just to give my quality control comments. In terms of deliverables, so in the report that you have, there's an independent auditor's report. That's our opinion. We also issue a report on internal control or financial reporting and compliance, which is referred to as a government auditing standards report or GAS report. We also issued a GAN limit agreed upon procedure report, which is on the appropriations limit. We will also issue a communication with those charged with governance, which essentially is the required communications slides that I have in this presentation, a bit more robust, but just in a letter form. And then when we complete it, we'll be issuing the single audit report. In terms of our audit methodology, the audit is done in 4 phases. We have a planning phase where we gather information, finalize timing. There's an interim phase or risk assessment phase, a year-end phase when we validate all the numbers, and lastly, a reporting phase where we issue our reports. I'm not sure why I think there may be a formatting issue or a compatibility issue, but I think our slides should be, for some reason, the font is just not presenting correctly. So I apologize for, it looks like something from the 80s here. But, exactly. And I remember that from growing up. But yeah, I just wanted to cover some of the audit risks that we identified. Our audit is performed on a risk-based approach. These risks are not necessarily anything unique to the district. As part of the audit, there are certain risks in the auditing standards that we do need to address. The first being is the risk management override of internal controls. Management put in place internal controls in all entities. The risk is inherent that management may not follow their own policies and procedures. So as auditors, we have to plan for that and address that risk. Listed here are a few of the procedures we've applied. So complex areas have more experienced staff. We do look at estimates because those are subject to management bias. We also look at journal entries that are recorded by management, which are a way of manually adjusting the numbers at the end. So we look at manual journal entries to make sure they're supported and appropriate, and then also do a lot of fraud inquiries as part of the audit. The second significant risk is the risk of improper revenue recognition. The auditing standards essentially identify revenues as a very significant line item, important to stakeholders, the users of the financial statements. So we do some specific procedures on revenues. So we confirm a lot of your revenues, perform analytical procedures, do recalculations of billings, and also test other significant revenues. Estimates are another risk on their own. Listed below are just some of the estimates in the financial statements. So investments, capital assets, pension, other post-employment benefits, which are your retiree health benefits. Sorry, I'm just having some allergies, so just trying to catch my breath. And then also your claim liabilities are estimates. As far as the auditor's report, so just letting you know the rules that we follow, the auditing standards are the generally accepted auditing standards set by the AICPA. Also, because this is a governmental audit, we follow governmental auditing standards, which are referred to as the Yellow Book. And then as far as the audit opinion, we've issued a unmodified opinion. What that means is that the financial statements are presented in all material respects. Estimates are reasonable. Significant accounting policies have been consistently applied, and the disclosures that accompany those financial statements are complete and accurate. So hopefully this is correct. Okay, good. So here are a few slides looking at the financial statements. This slide is looking at the assets and deferred outflows of resources, and just looking at the past 3 years. No significant changes here. Your capital assets went up as you had capital project spending. Restricted cash went down as that was being utilized. An increase in cash investments. Otherwise, no other significant changes.
These are the capital assets, are they depreciated assets or?
Yes, so
value?
this net of depreciation. It may also include some non-depreciable items like land or construction in progress, which essentially are assets that are in construction but will be depreciated once they're completed.
Right. Thank you.
Moving on to the slide of liabilities. No significant changes here for the most part. Long-term debt went down as that is being repaid. You do have an increase in your OPEB liability, and that was because of a new actuarial study performed by the district's actuary. Essentially, there was a decrease in the discount rate, which impacts the measurement, and also other actuarial differences. Moving on to net position. So net position is the difference between your total assets, the deferred outflows, inflows, and liabilities. And it's categorized into 3 different categories here. We have your net investment capital assets, which is your capital assets net any debt that was used to acquire those capital assets. Restricted monies, which are essentially monies that are restricted by contract or law to be used for specific purposes, and then unrestricted is the residual amount. So going through the different categories, you did have a slight improvement in your unrestricted deficit, which is due to that rate increases, but otherwise, no significant change here. This is just a slide going over the 3 years pension numbers. A very significant disclosure as part of your pension disclosures is the sensitivity analysis, essentially doing a what-if scenario on the pension number, a pension liability, had the discount rate been 1% lower, 1% higher. It's not necessarily that one number is more accurate than the other. It's just to give you a ballpark of what the range of what that number could be in case the user of the financial statements is trying to evaluate, what potentially, your numbers would look like had a different discount rate been used. So you can see here that for 2025, you had a liability of $1.2 million, but it would be drastically different had the discount rate been 1% lower, 1% higher. Looking at your OPEB liability, similarly, we're looking at a similar analysis on the discount rate. So the liability here is not as volatile as with pension. And the reason being is that when you're looking at retirees' annual pension cost versus their annual health insurance premium, the amount that you're talking about is much smaller. So when you're essentially discounting future payments to be made to a retiree for a health insurance premium versus their annual pension, you're essentially not going to be seeing as much of a difference compared to how much you discount.
I have a question on that one. When you talk about the health care privileges, I'm assuming you're talking about our retirees that are over the age of 65, the health care goes down in price, right? Because they become Medicare.
I would think so, yes. And
does that help reduce it? Because we have a lot of employees who retire before the age of 65.
Right. So as far as the net OPEB liability, the actuary would take into account the district's plan. So that would be taken into account that once the retiree reaches the age of Medicaid,
for Medicare, right?
Medicare, they would drop off from the district. So as far as when they're managing that or calculating that liability, their future payments that they're projecting would exclude anything that's kind of outside that scope.
Okay, thank you.
Just moving on to, I think it's yours, Amanda. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, surprise, forgot to say I was coming back. Okay. Thank you for that presentation. So I'm going to proceed with the district's financial goals. So through the audit process, finance has identified several goals. Over the past 6 months, staff completed a request for proposal and secured a contract with Tyler Tech. This was a part of the 2024 annual audit goals. With this contract in place, staff has updated the goal to have financials live on January 1st, 2027. Staff had a very successful 2025 year-end and met financial reporting requirements as of June 30th, 2025. Staff will continue implementation of best practice year-end procedures by creating standard operating procedures and training new staff members with year-end processing. Finance will continue to look for ways to increase days of cash on hand and the unrestricted net position. This goal will remain on the list until both have been achieved. Meeting our days of cash on hand of 180 days will ensure the district's positive credit rating. Unrestricted net position increased from negative $71.8 million to negative $59.7 million in 2025 as a result of staff closing capital projects and recording assets by year end and a decrease to pension liability. Staff is working to finalize reserves with the board on July 27th, 2026 and plan to hold a public hearing for adoption in August. On to board options. Option 1 is receive and file the 2025 annual audit and 2025 report on applying agreed upon procedures related to the appropriations limit. Option 2, take other action as directed by the board. And Option 3, take no action. Staff recommendation is Option 1. And we'd be happy to take any more questions at this time.
I'll move Option 1. This is the second of 3 years for you guys, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a,
I'll second.
Okay, Director.
and we're on
Dwyer.
time, right?
Yes.
Here.
So, discussion.
Would we like to
Go
public
ahead.
comment? All right. We'll now open public comment on this item. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Anzini, it does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to speak. Would you like to call for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to receive and file the 2025 annual audit and 2025 report on agreed-upon procedures related to the appropriations limit, moved by Director Day and seconded by Director Dwyer. We're ready for the vote.
Okay, board members vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so we have some more business going up the agenda. We have item number 11 it's an information item.
Do we do public hearing?
That would be,
We need to go back to the public hearing.
which one is that? 9?
Yes.
Yes.
On,
Suggesting we do the public hearing?
oh, the public hearing first? Okay, thank you. We got to talk about this agenda. All right, thank you. We're going to be working on agenda item number 9, public hearing.
The water reservoir.
No.
Should you announce the opening of the public hearing?
Yes, she should.
All right, we will be hearing the public hearing, which is item number 9 on the agenda. Consider adopting a negative declaration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act for the El Dorado Irrigation District Reservoir Reoperation Water Transfer Project.
And we're opening the public hearing.
Opening the public hearing at 10:28.
Thank you for that introduction. Brian Deason, Environmental Manager for the district, and I'm here to present our consideration of a negative declaration for the temporary reservoir reoperation water transfer project. Past related board items, you may recall in May, the board approved a temporary water purchase and sale agreement with Westlands Water District. Just a preview of what I'll be discussing today. I'll provide an overview of the water transfer itself, talk about the environmental review process, talk about comments we received during the public review of the environmental document, and ask for the board's consideration to adopt the negative declaration, which would complete CEQA for this project. All right, so our water transfer in 2026, we are anticipating a reservoir reoperation to transfer up to 5,000 acre-feet of water. The sources of water would come from 3 different district reservoirs: Weber Reservoir, Silver Lake, and Caples Lake. This project does require compliance with CEQA, which is why I'm here today. To meet the requirements of CEQA, the district prepared an initial study and proposed negative declaration. The objectives of the water transfer are to put some of our water, the district's water rights, to beneficial use in 2026. These are water supplies that are not needed by the district's customers this year or next year. So there's an opportunity for us to transfer those to a willing buyer. This, of course, is a good source of non-rate revenue for the district in those years when a water transfer is possible. And that's not every year. And in some years where we anticipate doing a water transfer, they don't always happen. There's a lot of other pressures throughout the system that may prevent us from transferring water. So far this year in 2026 looks promising for us to conduct a transfer. For this proposed transfer, this is very similar to past water transfers that the district has performed beginning in 2015, 2018, 2020, and 2022. Most recently, the board did approve a negative declaration for a potential transfer in 2024, but that did not happen because there was not capacity to push that water through the delta. Our project is again looking to transfer water to state or federal contractors south of the delta. We'll point out that our environmental document contemplates, any particular CVP contractor or, the full list of state water project contractors, just because it precedes any type of formal agreement that we've since established with Westlands. And again, and importantly, the transfer water is not needed to meet district customer demands in 2026 or 27. Another important element of the water transfer itself is that all the reservoirs, all the stream flows of the associated reaches where we would be moving this water is all going to be operated consistent with their historical operations, so all within the range of normal operations. While performing our water transfer, we of course be in compliance with all our various minimum stream flow requirements, lake level targets, water rights conditions, etc. So a little more detail on just the mechanics of the transfer. These are supplies from Weber Reservoir, Silver Lake, and Caples Lake. We have a licensed water right in Weber Reservoir to store up to approximately 1,000 acre feet. We're proposing to transfer up to 620, 620 acre feet under that water right. And then a combined total of up to approximately 5,000 or 4,880 pre-1914 water rights from Silver and Caples. So the total amount of water for transfer to be delivered to Folsom would be 5,000 acre feet. And of course, this total depends on how the summer plays out, hydrology, our own customer demands. We always reserve the right to be able to stop transferring water if, in fact, our customers need that water, et cetera. I did feel the need, it was time for a graphic. So this map, I'm not sure how well it presents here. I'm familiar with it, so I'll try to help orient everyone. Over on the left, we have Folsom Reservoir. The light goldish color is EID's service area. And the red lines highlight the flow path for the EID's reservoirs for which the transfer water would flow. So over on the right-hand side of the image, you have Caples Lake and Silver Lake. Those flow into the Silver Fork and then down to the South Fork of the American River. From there, they can either stay in stream in the South Fork and or be diverted into the canal, used to generate hydropower, and then conveyed down to Folsom for transfer. And then, of course, there's the purple line, which shows Weber Reservoir, which is more centrally located in the graphic. Weber releases into Weber Creek, which flows down to the South Fork and enters Folsom, effectively right at the kind of ordinary high water mark of Folsom Reservoir.
This is a comment or question, maybe more for John than for you. When we were at Weber Reservoir a few years back, I think it needed some repairs. Have we done any significant, okay, Dan, Have we done any repairs on that, or we have that in our CIP? I don't think I saw anything in the
Yeah,
CIP.
Director Dwyer, Dan Corcoran, Operations Director, thank you for your question. So there are two pending ongoing O&M projects at Weber Reservoir that do not preclude us from completing the transfer. In fact, one of them will be coordinated in conjunction with the transfer. Excuse me. Apparently I have allergies too. Excuse me. So the first is the upstream face. Any gunite, any concrete dam will obviously have cracks. As part of our ongoing O&M, we will be doing repairs as we've done in the past, and we'll be coordinating that with the drawdown of the reservoir should the transfer occur.
Okay, thanks.
In fact, we've had that project in the queue waiting for all the stars to align, as Brian had articulated. The other project you will see in the CIP, and John will have that, it's a smaller project, but to replace the outlet valve of the dam itself. As you
I think
recall,
it's been leaking for 5 years or so.
it has. There's a lot of leaks. So that valve is designed for flood control releases, and we're obviously fine tuning. So we need a paring knife and we have a cleaver, and so working on updating that infrastructure for its current and planned future uses. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
I just want to say, I like this graphic that you've got there. For anybody, any ratepayers, this is really a clear image that people might understand about how water flows for us and where it's coming from. Because not everybody realizes we have Weber. It's our hidden jewel, I guess. And then
Indeed, yeah.
many people don't understand Project 184, which is the cables and silver, but we are benefactors of that since we now own it. So
I heard Brian has this tattooed on his mouth.
Yeah.
But I also noticed this graphic. I was going over the packet, and I pointed this out to my wife. Said this is a good representation, and I talked with the general manager of we should really have some more maps in our lobby, because this provides a visual for our ratepayers and the public of how magnificently complex our system is. So again, I guess a number of us noted the quality of this graphic. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got two in a row. So this one, I like to include this one just because, a map is very helpful, as you have pointed out. I sometimes find a flow chart also to be helpful. Particularly for this water transfer, because, we are transferring water from Caples and Silver Lake, but the transfer involves Jenkinson Lake. And that's because we're going to be relying on water stored in Jenkinson in lieu of using Caples and Silver Lake water and moving that over to Jenkinson to meet demands this summer. So these two flow charts show the same system layout with circles representing our reservoirs, so Caples and Silver, Folsom on the bottom. The difference between the left and the right, the left flow chart is without a transfer, how EID would operate, and the right is with the transfer. So I'll just highlight just a couple of things. Without the transfer, an operation that EID could perform would be making releases from Caples and Silver Lake, diverting that into the El Dorado Canal, and then conveying that water either through the Hazel Tunnel and conveying that over to Jenkinson Lake for use through the Res A water treatment plant, or to allow it to continue down the canal for rediversion from Forebay to the Res 1 water treatment plant for delivery into our system. Now, without the transfer, those same releases would occur from Caples and Silver Lake. This is looking at the right graphic now. We could, as I described, we could leave that in stream, allow it to flow down to Folsom. We also could redivert it at the El Dorado Canal, use that to generate hydropower, and then send that down to Folsom for transfer. The green arrows indicate that in lieu of us rediverting water over to Jenkinson Lake, we would be relying on that stored water from Jenkinson to meet Res A demands this summer. There are two blue arrows that are hatch marked there, and we leave those in just to highlight that if at any time during the transfer period we determine that water is necessary to meet the district's demands, we could in fact use those supplies. All right, now moving on to the environmental review process. Prior to approving a project, the board must consider potential environmental effects. This is requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or as we all know, CEQA. We also utilize CEQA guidelines and EID's procedures to implement CEQA as part of our methodology for ensuring that we meet all the requirements. Importantly, the purchase and sale agreement that I had mentioned earlier, that document is contingent upon EID completing CEQA for this water transfer. Just a few notes on the purposes of CEQA. Number one is to disclose and describe potential environmental effects. If there are environmental effects, it provides an opportunity to identify ways to avoid or lessen those impacts. Promotes coordination and outreach with the public and agencies through our public outreach processes. For the purposes of this document, EID is the lead CEQA agency. With that being our responsibility, we have prepared an initial study to evaluate the potential environmental effects. That document found no potentially significant environmental impacts associated with this project. No mitigation measures are necessary. And when those circumstances occur, the appropriate CEQA compliance document is a negative declaration. We did our standard above and beyond distribution and noticing for this document. Went through a 30-plus day review, public review, filed it with all the various local, state, federal agencies, published notifications in the newspaper, etc. We did receive comments from agencies. I would say we received comments from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and California Department of Water Resources. I would say these, in general, these comments are consistent with past comments we've received from these entities. California Department of Fish and Wildlife commented about potential effects to cold water pool in Folsom. That's an important resource that reclamation utilizes to manage for salmon and steelhead management in the Lower American River. Our document did evaluate potential effects there, and our findings and data we provided supports the conclusion that there is no effect. California Department of Water Resources asked some clarifying questions about the transfer quantity. They identified some procedural requirements that were required to go through to facilitate the transfer, asked for clarification on reservoir release patterns, and also cited the need for a refill agreement, which is an agreement that we've entered into for previous transfers with Reclamation and DWR to effectively, it shows the conditions under which we can refill those reservoirs next year without harming downstream water users. Although it's not required by CEQA, district staff, it's our custom to prepare written responses that were submitted on the negative declaration. We also identified a few minor revisions that were necessary in the document. Bottom line with the comments we received is, no new significant effects were identified, no substantial changes are required, and so that is all available for the board's consideration. So next steps to complete the CEQA review is to adopt the negative declaration. Importantly, adoption of the negative declaration does not commit EID to proceed with the project. It's just demonstrating that the board has considered the negative declaration and the information provided in approving the project in compliance with CEQA. And now we have the board options. So these are CEQA findings, so please bear with me. Option 1, adopt the proposed negative declaration and make the following California Environmental Quality Act findings. Based on the whole record, there is no substantial evidence that the project will have a significant effect on the environment. The negative declaration reflects El Dorado Irrigation District's independent judgment and analysis, and specify that documents or other material which constitute the record of proceedings upon which this decision is based shall be in the custody of the clerk to the board at El Dorado Irrigation District headquarters.
Who won?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Public comment?
We will now open public comment on this item. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Anzini, does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to comment. Would you like me to call for the vote?
Yes, please. Oh, a public, board member's comment.
So, the document is massive, you know, for this, you know, done before. But I just, you know, commend the work you did. You know, I realize you pulled from a lot of previous documents and things like that, but it's just a massive amount of work. And for the public, just to recognize that, as I want to make sure I understand, and I believe that the public should understand, is that we have the rights to the water. We don't own the water. And that once it hits Folsom Lake, for more than 30 days, we have no control over that at all. And it's incumbent upon the board and the district, wherever possible, to maximize our non-rate revenue so that the burden of things that we do, we minimize the impact on our ratepayers. So again, thank you, and a lot of hard work, and it's most appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Any other board
members?
Okay. We have a motion to adopt a negative declaration pursuant to this California Environmental Quality Act for the El Dorado Irrigation District Reservoir Reoperation Water Transfer Project. Moved by Director Penn, seconded by Director Dwyer. We're ready for the vote.
Okay, board members vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Great.
Thank you.
So now I believe we're going to information item number 11. It's always fun to be near the end.
All righty. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Liz Carrington, Engineering Manager here at the district. Today I'll be providing a mid-year update to our capital improvement plans.
Could you bring the microphone closer to your... Yep. Thank you.
Yep. All righty. It's been a while since I've been here, so. All righty. The purpose of today's presentation is to review 7 of our large construction projects that are active or recently completed. The review will include financial and project status summaries. Of note, this review does not include large projects in the planning or design phases. This slide gives us a high-level financial snapshot across 7 projects that we are highlighting today. In total, we have $73.3 million in authorized funding across these projects that occurs over multiple years. And we have a remaining project balance of approximately $2.76 million, which is still within our planned expenditures of $71.4 million. On the construction side, our initial contracts totaled about $55.7 million. The estimated final construction contract amount is now around $59.4 million, and that represents an overall change order rate of 6.66%, which is well within the industry standard of 6 to 10%. Okay, so now I'll be going into project size of the projects themselves. Our first project that we're highlighting is the Green Valley Bridge relocation. This, I'm pleased to report, we're at 100% completion. The scope of work involved was to relocate 2 pressure-reducing stations in advance of the El Dorado County Bridge Replacement Project. This was the coordinated effort between us and the county to ensure that our infrastructure was out of the way so that they can proceed with their bridge project. Total funding was just over $1 million, with a construction contract of just over $650,000, with a change order rate of 5.6%. Right, the photo on the left is one of the new pressure-reducing stations while it was in construction, and the photo on the right is a tie-in to our Diamond Springs main. The next project is the highest dollar amount project out of all of them is our Sly Park Intertie, currently at 80% complete. This project involves replacing the existing Sly Park Intertie, a 24-inch pipeline between our Reservoir 1 and Reservoir A water treatment plants. In addition to constructing a new pump station at Reservoir A, which will allow bidirectional flows between our 2 water treatment plants for finished water. Total authorized funding is $57.3 million, with a construction contract of $47.5 million. The change order rate stands at about 4%, which is very, very reasonable for a project of this magnitude and complexity. And as a quick note, we did receive our $10 million grant for DWR. In addition, there was a $750,000 grant for construction, or for design as well that we received.
Do you recall by chance on the intertie what our original estimate was and where we're tracking compared to that?
Yeah, so the project has been on our capital improvement plan for several years now. When it was originally on our capital improvement plan, the scope was not defined as it is now. I'll actually defer to our engineering director to give a little bit more context to this.
Yeah.
Good morning, John Money, Director of Engineering. So we did get a question submitted from a member of the public regarding the scope of this project. And so back in 2015, it appears that the first Sly Park Intertie iteration was included on the CIP, and at that point, it was for, I want to say just a couple $1 million, five or so. However, at that time, staff was evaluating doing a, limited fixes or aligning of the intertie. And over the years, that was actually before my time at the district. One of the projects I worked on was finalizing basically a design report and evaluation of that pipeline. So at some point, our consultants determined that we could not either, because of the extensive corrosion and also the high pressures of that pipe, we could not either line or replace segments. Basically, the entire pipeline was due to be replaced. And so at that time, I believe the cost went from that $5 million to 26, somewhere in there for that basis of design report. Staff then evaluated that. I think it got pushed around a little bit. One of the major drivers of this, again, in the prioritization of the Sly Park Intertie, is it does provide a redundant link between our Project 184 and Sly Park water supplies. And so using that and the events of the Calidor fire, this project was prioritized. I think at final design, it did come in over budget still. The final project estimate was, I believe, $38 million. The final construction estimate was, or the final construction bid was $45.7 million. So that's at the point that the board approved this for design about 2 years ago. It was offset again. Staff has looked for ways to offset any funds, and so I believe we got about a $700,000 grant for design to offset the design of the project, and then also a $10 million grant, which staff just received the full balance of, or is in the process of receiving, boy, this microphone does need some work, is in the process of receiving the full balance of that $10 million. And there's additional scope in there as well. So originally it was just to replace the pipeline. We incorporated a pump station at Res A, which allows water to be, again, pumped from Res A up to Res 1. So if either of those plants are compromised or impacted by water quality, we have the ability to at least move water throughout the district. And then there was one other point that is now slipping me of why we've done that. But Res A currently, it's the workhorse of the district, and there is no way to take that completely offline. So the pipeline or the Slide Park Intertie does give us a limited window. It's still not an extended season, but at least a limited window where we can do enhanced work at Res A to get a hold of a lot of past maintenance at that site. So
maybe when we wrap this up, we can, if you could, bring it back to the board, do kind of an after-action report, analyze what we thought was going to happen, what actually happened, and any adjustments we had to make, any lessons we learned, that sort of thing, especially for this large, expensive projects.
Mm-hmm. And we'll make sure we do that. But I do want to highlight, I know that this has been an ask of the grand jury report. The challenge is, in this instance, we're talking about 11-year timeline, which is one factor that alone ensures higher costs. But then you add all the other pieces that John has mentioned. That's why something can go way higher. But we're always ensuring that we're making ourselves as resilient as we can be with our existing infrastructure and how we do these projects. So it gives us the largest flexibility if anything were to happen, any kind of, hopefully it never happens, but any kind of emergency that happens, we have to take a piece of infrastructure down for any reason, that we have the ability to still provide the services to our customers that they have come to rely on. So yes, ideally it does not look good. However, we always try to make sure that we bring that information back to the board so you understand the why. And absolutely, we will do, at the end of the project, a comparison of where we started off, where we've come to, as well as lessons learned through that process.
Right. I mean, obviously, construction costs have changed. We've added on some things to it. But yeah, if we could take a look at that afterwards so we have an understanding of what happened.
And I will add regulatory changes which are dropping on us as we speak on a regular basis. Right. Those alone add numerous challenges and costs that we have to undertake to be compliant.
Yeah, and we have to pay those regulatory changes too. The other thing is I think most important to address the grand jury is the redundancy. That is important. I mean, just as if we want a battery backup if our power goes out. So it's really, really important that that be addressed in this case. It is, yes, it's expensive, but the years that I've been on, I mean, all these decisions were made before me. Mm-hmm. The only person left on the board is over there, but and he asks good questions. But still, this has been an ongoing in the 8 years I've been on. It's been modified and modified. So kudos on getting this all into sync.
I appreciate that. And again, we strategically, as we plan out the CIP, we are not necessarily fixed to any of these ideas. The reason that this has stayed on the CIP is because, again, it is that critical link between our two water sources uphill. We would like to, again, continue to press how we maximize those two water supplies, because unlike the El Dorado Hills water treatment plant, where we have to pump and we have those additional PG&E costs for pumping up to and then treating, and we also have somewhat of a deteriorated water quality when we get down to Folsom compared to what we get out of Jenkinson Lake and Forebay. We'd ultimately like to maximize the water that comes out of those plants, and we'll continue to evaluate that wherever we can as we develop the CIP year to year.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I've been a proponent of this project from my early days here because of the redundancy that it provides, you've explained. And I think it's, the grand jury report is a little sophomoric in believing that we can estimate all the challenges on a project of this complexity. You've been keeping the board informed. You brought in charts and graphs that show the change in terrain that are driving the cost, and that as these one-of-a-kind projects mature, we say, wait, you know, and maybe we're going to hear more on Strolling Hills is the same. As we progress, you say, wait a minute, if we just invest this much more, we get so much more capacity, so much more longevity, things that are good for the district. So yes, we could go in our box and say we're going to estimate this and stick to it, or we could be flexible and end up benefiting the district and the ratepayers by being a little forward-looking. I'm afraid that these projects of this scope are subject to significant cost increases as the regulators say, well, you've got to do this or you got to do that. And I think we're going to see pretty much the same thing with the Silver Lake Dam that started out as a fairly low estimate, and as the project matures and everybody gets input to provide us help on how to design things, the cost escalate. And unfortunately, it's just a fact of life. Could we have estimated, oh, this will be $50 million 10 years ago or 11 years? I guess we could. Or could we estimate the Silver Lake is going to cost us $200 million? You know, you can make that number really big and then be within that number, to the detriment of all the other projects that we need to consider. So, like I said, I think that comment was a little naive on their part, and I think as we see the reality as these projects mature and get refined to the benefit of the district, that's not really such a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just put two more nuances on that, and one is we are working to address that. So with the upcoming cost of services, we will be producing a 10-year CIP, which will further project those costs. Again, anytime you get outside of 1, 2, 3 years, you're really or a fully or non-fully designed project, you're really kind of gambling with those costs. And again, we strive to do our best with catching up with that. The other I wanted to point out was, per Ms. Carrington's previous comments, we actually have done a fantastic job. Once this project was bid, we are only looking at about a 4% cost of change orders to date. And so staff has really done a fantastic job of anticipating any changes, negotiating those with the contractor, especially given for anybody who's been out and seen the terrain that this traverses, keeping those costs in line. We've actually done a pretty good job. So once the project was fully developed and fully scoped and bid, staff again does try to really rein in those costs and make sure that it's managed well.
Speaking of terrain, I think we should, after it's all done, do a drone flyover that follows it, and then we can all hike it.
Just take you out on one of our quads, and we'll,
I'll do that. Yeah.
But and the thing is that the robustness and the redundancy that is required to be built into a system, especially when we have two plants that are over 60 years old, and our next major freshwater treatment plant is going to be El Dorado Hills, that this intertie is so key to serve us for the next 50 to 75 years. I think that once this is done, many of our folks will sleep easier knowing that, you know, one of the potential failure points that we've addressed this, and the fact that they had one that, you know, that the original construction did not meet the true needs and then we had to go back and do it again. And just looking down that canyon is pretty daunting. The fact that we're able to do this at all is really a testament to our organization.
Thank you for the comments. Alrighty, so picture on the left is a portion of the 24-inch pipeline during the disinfection process. Photo on the right is an exterior shot of the new pump station at Reservoir A. And I did want to note, we expect to finalize this project in early of 2027. Alrighty. The next project is the Braden Court Pressure Reducing Station number 1 replacement and the transmission valve upgrades. This is also at about 80% complete. This project has 2 main components: installing new valves at 2 locations along El Dorado Main number 1 and 2, and rebuilding a pressure reducing station that has reached the end of its useful life. Staff consolidated these 2 projects into one for cost efficiencies during the bidding time. Total funding was just over $1 million, with a construction contract of just over $530,000, with a change order rate of less than 1%. This photo shows the completed piping at and valving at one location along the transmission valve, or excuse me, along the transmission main. All right. Next project is the Reservoir 4, 7A, and 7B tank upgrades. The scope, yes.
To that previous project for a second.
Yes.
And one more slide back. The total funded $1 million, and the construction is only $500,000. What explains that difference?
Yeah, so let's see. So for the Braden Court Pressure Reducing Station, we went along U.S. Forestry Service property. There was going to be quite a bit of coordination back and forth. And then also for the transmission valve scope, that involved, shutting down, doing tie-ins along our transmission mains. And so staff anticipated additional capital labor costs and also included contingency of this project. So although it appears a little bit more than typical, we knew going into it there may be some more unforeseen costs than some of our typical projects. So
thank you.
Yeah. All right. Next project is Reservoir 4, 7A, and 7B tank upgrades. The scope of work varies slightly from each of our tanks. Reservoir 4 and 7A, that's a full rehabilitation with interior and exterior coatings, structural modifications, and roof replacements. Reservoir 7B is receiving just a partial rehabilitation, including exterior coating and inlet piping modifications. This project is about 60% complete and total funded $7.8 million, with a construction contract of $6.2 million. We are sitting at about 3.3% change order rate and feel pretty confident we'll stay within our industry standard on this project. The photo on the left is Reservoir 4. This is near completion. We have our new aluminum dome on the top. Photo on the right is Reservoir 7A during the dome installation.
Much nicer than the rusted ones that we saw.
Yes, absolutely. And that aluminum dome, it's very, very cost effective when we look at those future costs. So,
good.
Very happy. All right, next project is the Reservoir 1 backwash to waste pump replacement. This project is nearly complete at 95%. The scope was to replace both backwash to waste pumps at Reservoir 1. This project was a little bit different than the other ones, as this was a construction project that our internal capitalized labor performed the work itself. So the construction cost was just shy of $400,000 with a total funded of $420,000. You'll see NA with a percent change order because, again, this was performed by internal capitalized labor. The photo on the left is the crane setup used to access the wet well. And the photo on the right is staff's entry into the wet well for installation. Next project is the Reservoir A backwash to waste valve replacement project. This project is about 60% complete, and I did want to provide some additional information in regards to that percent change order. The scope of this project does involve Yeah. The scope of this project involves replacing backwash to waste valves and performing structural improvements at Reservoir A. The original contract value was about $1.2 million. That has grown to $2.5 million with a change order rate of 108%. The primary driver of this increase was the discovery of unanticipated structural conditions, required additional reinforcement work. We found that, during construction, once we had opened it up, that these structural modifications were necessary to actually execute the project. This issue was described in great detail by Ms. Shawn on January 26, 2026 board meeting. Total authorized funding at this time is a little over $3 million. Photo on the left are new valves in filter clusters 9 through 12. The photo on the right is bracing for the new structural improvement welding. Our final project that I'll be covering today is our Reservoir 1 floating cover replacement project. This is near complete at 95%. The scope included installing an emergency bypass and replacing the full floating cover and liner system at Reservoir 1 due to the degraded condition of the cover. Total funding is nearing $2.7 million, and the construction contract is approximately $1.6 million, reflecting a 27.5 change order rate. This change order here was primarily due to emergency bypass installation, which involved additional coordination and complexity once the work began. Photo on the left is the empty reservoir on bypass day, and the photo on the right is the new floating cover as it's in service today. There are no board options as this is information only. Any questions or comments?
Really appreciate this. In the future, I'd just love to see a map. We know where all these projects are. I think it would put things in perspective. Thank you.
This is an information item. Thank you very much for your anybody in the audience, public questions.
We will now open public comment on this item. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Zini, it does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to speak. We're ready to move on to the next information item.
Thank you very much. So I believe our next item is information item number 12, and then we'll finish off with 15. Okay, got to keep track here.
All right, I get to control. This is fun. Okay, it is still morning. It's been a while. Good morning, Jordan Baxter, hydrologist for the district. Today I will be providing the final water supply update for 2026. Last time I was here was in February. We had some big storms coming, so everything was very optimistic about the snowpack. The optimism didn't really pan out. Kind of a weak winter. I think this photo really wraps it up. Our assistant hydrographer, Jason Paparo, took this photo. This is of Caples Lake in early April. This is supposed to be when peak snowpack is up in the mountains above Caples, and usually Caples Lake is frozen over at that date. So we had a really, really warm March, and the snowpack just didn't develop like it has in other years. Summary of what we'll be talking about today. Overall, below average winter snowpack, although we did have near average precipitation. So liquid water hitting the ground in our watershed, close to average, but the snowpack just wasn't there. That snow that we did get, a lot of it melted early. So we had an unprecedented warm winter, and that led to filling of reservoirs early, which I'll speak to a little bit later. Overall, though, water supply is sufficient to meet 2026 customer demand. There could be potential impacts to hydropower generation just because of the dry hydrology we expect over the summer, and staff continue to prepare for water transfer, which Mr. Deason just spoke to earlier today. All right, so diving into watershed conditions, the lower watershed reservoirs filled and spilled. So that was pretty early in the water year. So Weber Reservoir spilled in December, and then Jenkinson shortly thereafter in January. The district does measure at snow courses up around Caples Lake, Carson Pass. So we measure 3 snow courses there. This is the percent of average. So if you take all 3 of those snow courses, the percent of average for each of those. So you can see January, February started not great, but there was snow up there. March, things kind of plateaued, if you will, and then a really rapid decline in April and May. So we went from 58% in March. That's to date. So if you were to compare the snowpack on that date to historic that date, 58%, then it drops down in April to 11%, and then May and 9%. So this data is super helpful for us for planning for water supply. But one thing that I always like to plug, and I'm proud of our program, is we do measure the 3 highest courses in the American River Basin. So I have DWR contacting me saying, hey, make sure you have the data for us. It's really important for our models. So it's cool that we were able to provide that information for their planning purposes as well. One thing that I didn't make it into the slide presentation, I just realized while I was sitting over there, but in the staff report, in early May, the DWR called the Bulletin 120, the final Bulletin 120. It was 67%, so that's dry. And so that will dictate our releases and our lake level targets throughout Project 184 until the following February. So we're in a dry water year. And lastly there, all Project 184 reservoirs are filled, have filled or are full to their maximum capacity. So looking at the reservoirs, so Echo and Silver, which are a little bit lower elevation, those filled in early April. And then Caples and Aloha, those filled in early May. So that's a pretty early fill for those reservoirs. It's honestly about a month early on both of them. And here's some photos kind of to back that up. So what we're looking at here, we'll start with the photo on the left. That is Silver Lake. So what you're looking at are 2 radial gates. So those are dropped. This photo was taken, I believe it was April 9th. Yep, April 9th. Typically, those radial gates get dropped on April 2nd. So staff, seeing the really warm March, the limited snowpack, were really proactive in approaching California's Division of Safety of Dams, saying, hey, normally our permit allows us to drop the gates, put in the stop logs April 2nd. We don't think we're going to have snow after that. Can we have permission to fill our reservoirs earlier? They were super responsive, super helpful. John Kessler, other folks at the EID staff put in a lot of work to make sure that we got approvals. But either way, we started filling in March for Silver on the left, and then March also for Echo on the right, and we're able to fill those reservoirs. Without those, I really don't think we would have filled them. So yeah, Echo, that's on April 2nd. So that's also usually a frozen reservoir. And there's snow on the, we didn't get like any snow in March, and then April kind of acted like March in a way. So we, just a very strange kind of flip-flop winter. Yeah, some photos from Silver and Echo. So looking at this graphically, I've shown this before, but this is looking at all 3 of those snow courses we measure. And if you took the snow water equivalent, or if you, the tube that we measure with and melted it down to water, this is showing inches of snow water equivalent, or what we refer to as SWE. So this year is in red. The black dotted line, that is the average, what we measure in those months. And then I've also plotted up here 2024 and 2025, both of which were below normal. So this year was dry. The green and blue plots are like the notch above from dry to below normal. So through February, we were looking pretty good. That's the last time I came to the board and chatted. We were hopeful that we just kept on an upward trajectory. Really didn't pan out that way, and we melted a ton of snow in March. You can see that sharp decline as we go into April and then over to May. There was some storms in April, but not enough to overcome the melt that occurred. So yeah, overall pretty bleak snowpack here. Some good ski days, but not a lot. Here's a look at satellite imagery. So these are pretty random dates. The goal of pulling these images was trying to have no cloud cover. So in general, if you see white up there, that's where snow is in our neck of the woods. You can see the blue shape, that is Lake Tahoe. So we're just to the south of that. But starting January 8th, everything was looking pretty good. Snow line down almost to Pollock Pines. We go a month, all that low elevation snow pretty much melted. So we're back up to call it around 7,000, 7,500 feet of the snow line. Fast forward to February, we got a pretty good storm. Again, it snows close to Pollock Pines. And then this is when the dry spell. So going from that top right photo down to the bottom left photo, March 29th, we melted a ton of snow in the month of March. In fact, a lot of folks at snow courses at lower elevation just showed up to the snow course, took a picture, and said there's no snow here. So not a good way to go into what was supposed to be the peak snow water equivalent. We did get a freshen up though. So middle bottom there, that's April 23rd. There were a couple storms that kind of gave us a shot in the arm, if you will. And those storms really helped. We were not looking to be in a good water supply picture, but we had some cooler temperatures in April. We had some storms that really helped keep us inching along, if you will. And then bottom right, finishing off, that's June 2nd. So a lot of that snow, with exception to a little bit above Caples Lake and then some above Aloha, has all melted. Just a snapshot at reservoir storage. So this was a week ago today. In general, the story is everything is full or nearly full. Since this snapshot, if you will, Weber, Jenkinson, and Silver inflows have pretty much kind of dropped off, and so we're getting into our normal drawdown schedule there. All right, so now talking about long-term supply management. Overall, as I said, district is well positioned to meet 2026 demand. I think the hydrology picture isn't like a great one, but I think it's a testament to how diverse our water supplies are and how diverse our reservoirs are. It just adds some resiliency that allows us to have a really good outlook despite not having great hydrology. And overall, we're preparing for a potentially dry 2027. The other point I had here is that staff continue preparations for potential water transfer. I thought I was going to have to speak to that. Luckily, Mr. Deason already gave you a great update on that. So staff are working on the water transfer. Next big bullet there, Jenkinson Lake. So our target is 25,000 acre feet at the end of September. With how we foresee using our reservoirs and the water this summer, we're looking at around 28,500 acre feet. That's about 69% on September 30th. And that's generally normal for a dry year, which we'll see in a graphic later. And I know in the news, there's been talks of El Nino, Super El Nino. There's been lots of things on it. When looking at just El Nino, both dry and wet winters have happened in our latitude. So I don't prescribe though, means something. However, the sea surface temperatures are extremely warm and it is trending towards a quite strong El Nino. Not trying to predict anything. However, of those strong El Ninos we've seen in the somewhat recent history, 1983 and 1998 fall in that category. Those were both very, very, very wet years in the American River. So we'll continue to watch it, but just a little piece on El Nino.
Before we move on, is that carryover forecast inclusive of the potential water transfer or no?
Yeah, those numbers mimic what's in the document.
Okay, just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, 30.
Were 83 and 98 good wet years or too wet years?
Well, 83 was the Alpine Meadow flood.
Yeah, I worked at East Bay Mud in 83, and we had washes out all over the area, including our aqueduct busting across the delta. So it was pretty bad.
Yeah. I wouldn't, from a skiing perspective, there was some good skiing, but I do think that it does lend itself to catastrophes, unfortunately.
Although there were definitely some Sierra Cement days where if you weren't on steep slope, you were trudging out.
Yeah. I was 98. I remember skiing with my dad at Sugar Bowl, and I was 7 years old. But I got to the point where I could not go downhill. I did bad math, 9 years old. But yeah, it was, there was some Sierra Cement. Okay, so as promised, a little graphic of what that carryover would look like. So what we've plotted here, this is Jenkinson Lake storage for dry years that happened recently. So 2026 is a dry year, that's in red. It's hard to see because it's just in line with full. We've been full since the end of January through the end of May, which is pretty cool. And so that black line indicates full. The green line is that target 25,000 carryover storage. If you look at the blue line, that was 2020, and then the brownish line, that's 2022. based on the forecast, the red line will draw down and be somewhere right smack in the middle of those two on that September. I don't know if I have a pointer, do I? I don't think I do. Anyways, on September, between the blue and brown line is where I'm guessing that red line will draw down to. And then this is a graphic that has been shown before, but this is kind of a segue into looking at the customer demand side. So this shows Jenkinson storage. That's the red trace. It's tied to the right axis on September 30th, so the Jenkinson carryover storage, if you will. And then the stacked bar charts, that's the demand across the district. If you were to add them all up, that bold number on the top in acre feet. And then by color, so Res A is in blue, El Dorado Hills in orange, and then Res 1 in kind of the grayish silver color. That's the demand or how much water came into each of those plants, respectively. So I've circled, we've kind of keyed in on the dry years that are similar, 2020 and 2022. So the purple outline are those. So just to give a little snapshot of what we could look at, carryover storage, that's the red trace, and then the demand between 34,000 and 36,000 for the year. Diving in a little deeper to the recent demand trends. So overall, customer demand similar to recent dry years, as we've kind of already seen. I guess we haven't seen, yet to be seen. 2026, January through May, so that's the data we've had thus far. Looking at it kind of cumulatively, we have 5% greater than the average of recent dry years, so that's comparing to 2020 and 2022, and then 4% greater than the average of the previous 5 years. So water year aside, the last 5 years, 4% greater. However, that kind of all looks normal and in the normal what you would expect, but we did have unprecedented March demand. The March demand was higher than what a lot of April demand typically is, and it was 50% greater than the 25-year March average. So all the Marches dating back, I think it's 25 years, 25 years, 50% greater than that, which is pretty wild. This plot shows that. So this is looking at month by month, how much water came into each water treatment plant. Red, again, is this year. You can see that big spike in March, and then it kind of comes back to the normal in April and May. And then something I haven't shown before, but I think it's helpful, kind of looking at the dollars and cents of it, of how are we tracking on the whole, rather than just looking at the area under the curve. So this is cumulative. So through the end of May, you see the red trace comes up, and it's neck and neck with the brown trace, which is 2022. The one that's higher than it is 2021. We saw some very, very high demand in 2021 with very dry conditions. And then going down the hill, looking at Folsom Reservoir supply. So Folsom Reservoir reached its max on May 12th. Reclamation kept the reservoir pretty much at that level for quite a while. It hasn't been until the last week that they've really upped releases. So this was a snapshot as of a week ago. They were at just shy of 950,000 acre feet. We're now close to 920,000 acre feet. The releases that are coming out of Folsom now are 3 times that of what they were in early June. So they're really ramping up those releases and moving it through the system. What that means for the district, so the district out of Folsom plans on using a combination of permit 21112, pre-1914 ditch rights, and Central Valley Project contractual supplies to meet our El Dorado Hills demand this year. So it's a little bit of all the different water rights and entitlements that we have out of Folsom. And this is just a look. So what we also a snapshot of a week ago. This is a plot of Folsom Lake storage. The dark blue trace is this year, so you can see it reached its maximum in early May, and then they held it pretty steady across. If I were to have if I would have included the image that I looked at this morning, there's a really sharp decline on that storage curve, and it's kind of on its way to meet up with last year's, which is the green 2025. So water is coming out of Folsom. And lastly, just a little plug for customer engagement. So we always encourage our customers to stay informed and involved in water efficiency efforts. That includes things like complimentary landscape surveys, as well as rebates and incentives. I did report this in February, however, just another plug for it. Look on the EID website. There are new opportunities for water efficiency rebates. There's the $100 efficiency or standard efficiency upgrades, but there's now up to $250 for advanced upgrades for things like flow monitoring. So something to consider. And lastly, I'll leave you the picture from the Silver Fork American River. This is an after-work fisheries, how well the fisheries doing test. But yeah, happy to answer any questions.
So Jordan and I are both snow sport enthusiasts. And in the 50 years I've been skiing this year, this is the wonkiest year I've ever seen. I was praying at what we refer to as the sacred winter candle. I'd say stick a P-Tex to repair the bottoms of my skis all year. And it was just so strange. But this is very, very informative, and I'm appreciative.
Thank you. Very good.
Okay. We will now open public comment on this item. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Anzini, does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to comment. We're ready to move on to the remaining action items.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Number 15. It's an action item. Do we really want to approve it?
I'm not sure. Item number 15. All right.
Good morning, members of the board, President Danzini, General Manager, members of the public. Jose Perez, HR Director here. And before you today is an item for a contract extension for the General Counsel via a restated employment agreement. Some previous board actions since the board appointed Brian Polson as the district's General Counsel in October of 2016. As you'll notice on the slide, the board has implemented various contract amendments to the contract, covering principally benefits and contract extensions since appointing Brian Polson as General Counsel. So, summary of issue. The district's employment contract with General Counsel Brian Polson expires next June 30th of 2027. And consistent with board past practice, the board typically takes action to renew that contract about a year before its expiration, just to provide continuity and certainty to both not only the district's legal needs, but also to the position. And rather than proceeding with the seventh contract amendment, what we're proposing today is a restated employment agreement that would supersede all the previous employment agreement and all its related amendments in their entirety. The restated agreement mirrors the at-will contract indefinite term structure of the general manager's contract, which the board implemented in 2025, thus eliminating the need for frequent contract amendments when those terms expire. So some background, and as referenced earlier, Brian was appointed General Counsel in 2016, and his current contract expires next June. Some of the highlights of the proposed restated agreement include that it would supersede, again, the original agreement and its amendments. It would replace the fixed term structure. The current agreement spells out an expiration date, if you will, and it would replace that with an indefinite at-will arrangement consistent with the general manager's agreement. That doesn't mean that the at-will arrangement goes away. It's specifically articulated in the restated agreement. It also ties his compensation to step 5 of that specific pay schedule, which the board adopted in 2023, and adds various additional provisions like a conflict of interest, state bar compliance, transition cooperation provisions, which are consistent and pursuant to current law and district policy. So again, some of the key changes of the restated employment agreement is it replaces the original agreement and all its amendments in their entirety. It replaces that fixed term or expiration term with an at-will arrangement consistent with the general manager's agreement. And it ties the base compensation to step 5 of the associated pay scale.
Here's a table that outlines what is the impact, if any, to this arrangement. There is a slight impact to the benefits compensation, if you will, very modest, less than 1%, and that's because we're tying it to the step 5 of that pay scale. The restated employment agreement aligns with the board's adopted resolution, and it would reduce the need for frequent amendments going forward. So board options this morning: approve the restated employment agreement with Brian Polson Jr. as general counsel and authorize the board president to execute the agreement, take other action as directed by the board, or take no action.
I'll move option 1. I think this is just thank you. This is just a common sense change, much like we did with Pravani's contract. It reflects the reality of the agreement and the relationship, and just, I think, clarifies things and makes it simpler and more, again, more realistic of what it really is. But so thank you, Jose.
Let's keep them.
He ain't cheap, but he's worth it.
This is our opportunity for public comment. Okay. We will now open public comment on this item. If you're present in the boardroom and wish to speak, please come to the microphone and state your name for the record. Virtual participants may refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda. President Anzini, it does not appear that any member of the public is wishing to comment. Would you like me to call for the vote?
Yes.
Could you
Clear.
Oh.
I accidentally bumped a button a while back. I was abstaining, but.
Okay.
Yeah. Now we good? Okay.
We have a motion to approve the restated employment agreement with Brian Polson as general counsel and authorizing the board president to execute the agreement, moved by Director Day and seconded by Director Dwyer. We are ready for the vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
Madam President?
Yes.
I have to introduce my son and my granddaughter, Daniela Summerfan.
She's looking for the first spaces closer.
So, they came up for Father's Day, and so I asked them to come on by, maybe future ratepayers. But, Joe grew up here and lives in the Bay now, but I figured I would you'd say hello to Daniela Summerfan.
Hi, Danielle.
Your timing is perfect, Joe. The meeting is, the open meeting is over, so your timing is perfect.
Paul, you got to get a picture with her here in the boardroom.
Okay.
So, to continue, we're going into closed session.
Yes.
And no decisions will be made until we come back out.
President Anzini, if you might allow me to make my announcement, which is that the board will be meeting in closed session pursuant to the items that have been agendized on today's agenda. There are 2 items. I anticipate that the board's consideration of these items will require at least 30 minutes.
Thank you.
The board is now adjourning to closed session. We will return to open session no earlier than 12 p.m. Okay.
Are we upstairs again?
Okay, we will bring this meeting back to order. I turn to the general counsel.
Thank you, President Anzini. The board met in closed session to consider two items. The first was the performance evaluation of the general manager, Pravani Bandiar. No action was taken on that in closed session. I will defer to the board president to report out on the evaluation itself. Any action that the board, if they would like to take action on that, should be done now in open session.
Okay, I can announce to the public that the board has reviewed our general manager's performance for the last year, and it's a positive annual performance. So I ask any board member any action they want to take.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we give her a 5% increase in her salary.
I'll second.
Okay. It's been motion and second.
Before the board takes action on that, I would just like to ask the Human Resources Director if he would orally summarize what that 5% compensation increase amounts to.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Jose Perez, Human Resources Director. So Pravani is currently at step 3 of her associated pay range, and so 5% increase would place her at step 4 of that associated pay range. So the new amount is $318,536.40.
Thank you very much.
Jose, I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? Sure. The amount?
It's $318,536.40 annually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do we have any public comment?
Okay. We will now open to public comment on the adoption of this item. If you're present in the boardroom and would like to make a comment, please come to the microphone. If there are any participants who would like to provide public comment, you can refer to the instructions provided on the first page of today's agenda.
We have anybody there?
I don't see any comments here. Did you have another comment?
Okay, there's a correction happening from our Human Resources Director.
Okay.
Just as a point of clarification for the board, you said 5%. It's not exactly 5%, but it's very close. So if anybody crunches the numbers, I just want to make sure that it's not exactly 5%. It's just consistent with our adopted and publicized pay schedules, and we want to stay consistent to those steps.
Council, should we amend that to be step 4?
Yeah, I would recommend that you modify the motion so that it says adjust the general manager's pay grade to step 4 in the board-adopted salary schedule for the top executives.
And ditto, that's what I said.
Thank you.
And it's been seconded. All right.
Okay. I might jumble this up. I mean, when I say the whole thing, so I might need some help. So we have a motion, first by Director Day, seconded by Director Dwyer, to adopt or to take action to move the general manager's salary to step 4 at $318,536.40 annually. And we are ready for the vote.
Okay, any board member comment first? No? All right, then we can go ahead and vote.
And motion passes unanimously.
Just a reminder that all of our pay for all employees is publicly on our website. For any of the information, I would direct anybody online to go and review that. All right, other items?
President Anzini, I have one more item to report, and that is reporting out on the board's deliberation in closed session item B on a motion by Director Day, seconded by Director Penn. The board unanimously authorized the district to retain Mullen and Coughlin LLP to represent the district in the matter agendized on today's agenda up to an amount of $100,000.
Okay. Thank you. I think that one's been cleared and approved, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did it inside. So we have a question from Board Member Penn.
Just that in our recognition of Ms. Sullivan today, which is very nice and moving, I'd like to express that Maria has done an exemplary job stepping in in a very tough position. So thank you much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Expect more later. You have to correct us.
We'll give you a bouquet too.
Well, especially in the dress code. So we have some items that our general manager, should we review any of these, or that's on the end of the tentatively scheduled items? No.
The only thing, just the after-action report that was requested by Director Day in regards to the Sly Park intertie.
Right.
But that will come much later, yes.
Okay.
That will come much later.
So our next meeting is July
27th.
27th. Everybody have a nice summer.
Thank you.
So this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all.